to the second Sustainable Development Conference, but we're going to have breakout sessions later. The program lineup has been shared, and you can follow suit. We've done our registration, and this one I would like to call Dr. Michael Tufor to give us the opening prayer, and then we can start. Please, let's welcome Dr. Tufor.
So, good morning. So please let's bow down our heads and pray. Father, we thank you this morning for life. And we are grateful to you for seeing this day. It's just by your mercies and your goodness, your love and your faithfulness. We thank you for the strength you have given us. We have gathered here for the second Sustainable Development International Conference. Last year was successful, but we know that the latter glory shall be greater than the former. So we pray for a better conference than that of last year. We pray that, Lord, whatever we have decided to do will have meaning and purpose. Whoever is on the program to function or to play a role, Lord, you will give that person the grace, the wisdom, the fortitude, and the understanding to execute that role excellently. This is what we are praying for, that throughout the 2 days, your faithfulness will be with us. Actually, you go ahead of us in every hour before we get there. We thank you for everything, and we thank you for your faithfulness. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Amen. And before I go on, I would like to sincerely apologize to everyone for the late start in our program. This is not how we do it. And so it's very unfortunate. So I apologize. I'd like to also call on Professor Edward Biafi-Deborah, the Pro Vice Chancellor, to introduce our chairperson for today's conference. Please, let's welcome Professor Deborah.
Professor, Council Chair, Council members, Vice Chancellor, Registrar, Deans, HODs, other professors here, senior members, senior staff, junior members, junior staff present, organizing committees, members, our partners, online audience, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am happy to introduce the chairman for the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, having researched on his background, I found 4 pages, 4 good pages of single space. So if I am to read about him, it is going to take the whole morning session because I'm a very slow reader. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to summarize these 4 pages to 1 page. Mr. Council Chair, if I'm permitted to do so. Thank you, sir. The chairman for this occasion, or this conference, is a fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences. He is a member of the Ghana Science Association, the Nigerian Association of Plant Protection, the Greek Society of Ghana, and the New York Academy of Sciences. He holds a PhD in applied entomology from the Imperial College, now University of London. He had his undergraduate degree at the University of Cape Coast. And from there, he taught at the University of Ghana. From his PhD, he was a lecturer in zoology at the Department of Zoology, University of Cape Coast, and later he worked as a research fellow at the Institute of Agriculture at the Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria. This gentleman started his teaching career at the Uniba Secondary School, and later to University of Ghana, as I've already said. He was the Vice Dean of Faculty of Agric, Dean of Graduate Studies, and a Hall Master at the same university, that is University of Ghana. Our chairman has several publications to his credit, and has presented at several international meetings and conferences. This man will start a new title next year as an octogenarian. He will be an octogenarian next year. One thing that I didn't add to my write-up was that he has been a soldier. He has been a soldier. He was the Dean of Academic Affairs, Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College. And you can't imagine how the person who has studied insects has transformed to become a soldier. Wow. And he did it in more than 5 years, from 2007 to 2014, 7 good years. Last but not the least, he's a gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our chairman. He's in the person of Professor Jonathan Na Ayete. Sir, you are welcome. He is also the chairman of this university's council. Can we stand to appreciate him? Say, you're here.
Please sit down. Thank you very much, Professor Yafi. I think in future, maybe when you want to introduce me, just say, he's the chairman of the council. That's all. Because you must have some qualification to be chairman of a university council. That's enough. Mr. Vice Chancellor, Professor Eric Nyako Sampson, the acting Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Edward Hafid Deborah, Registrar of the University, Mrs. Mary Abenaji, Acting Dean of Schools, Acting Dean of Students, directors of various directorates, distinguished guests, esteemed researchers, staff and students of the university, media men and women, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Let me express my deep gratitude to the management of our university, UESD, and the Conference Planning Committee for the opportunity to chair the second Sustainable Development Conference. I'm honored and privileged to take the floor before the organizers of this conference, which has been themed towards the environment and sustainable development, financing in the wave of COVID-19, the role of stakeholders. Looking at the audience brings to mind the maiden Sustainable Development Conference we had at Akosombo last year. And I must commend the organizers who have done a great job to have another follow-up. I think they deserve applause. Without hesitation, I accept the offer to chair this year's conference. Let me officially welcome you all to this year's Sustainable Development Conference and our compact Smart Campus. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID-19 has dramatically set back sustainable development goals, progress, and affected all aspects of financing for development. The global economy has experienced the worst recession in 90 years, and with the most vulnerable segments of societies disproportionately affected. With the most vulnerable segments of society disproportionately affected, around 120 million have fallen back into extreme poverty, and job losses is on the rise. Our global recovery efforts must prioritize shared obligation to provide access to vaccines, diagnostics, and therapeutics for all, and emerging financing to fight the ongoing pandemic. Our world is saddled with complex and precarious threats, both internally and externally, including threats from poverty, disease, environmental breakdown, threats from conflict between states, threats from violence and massive human rights violations within states, threats from terrorism, threats from organized crime, and threats from the proliferation of weapons. Amid these threats, the United Nations has tasked the world leaders to ensure and facilitate the adoption and implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Climate Accord as part of the global efforts to reduce the menace of threats currently facing the world. Although the government of Ghana is committed to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Agenda, the lack of financing, adequate, low private sector commitment, and inadequate stakeholders' consultations have drastically limited the state's efforts to secure the needed funds to successfully implement SDGs in Ghana. The 2022 Sustainable Conference aims to provide an opportunity to review and create knowledge for addressing the constellation of SDGs financing gaps related to water, sanitation, energy, food security, climate change mitigation, adaptation, ecosystems, biodiversity, health, education, social inclusion, among others, with a focus on sub-Saharan African countries. This conference seeks to provide the opportunity for academics and scholars and practitioners to engage and brainstorm on ongoing actions, recommend policies and strategies to address sustainable development financing challenges in Ghana and beyond. As part of the government's efforts to develop an efficient national financing framework, the Ministry of Planning, Ministry of Finance, and the SDG units at the Presidency, the Ghana Statistical Service, together with KPMG and ISE, have been working on the costing of the SDGs in Ghana. Further, government is actively developing the integrated assembly financing frameworks, and which are expected to provide opportunities that will not only bring current financing sources together, but also identify new and innovative financing strategies and put in place the needed governance structures to implement same. The IAFF, which is a bottom-up approach, is expected to feed into the development of the Integrated National Financing Framework, INFF. The debilitating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on society across the world and their resultant impact on the progress made in the SDGs to date have increased the already daunting SDGs financing gap, and the developing world has been faced with since the establishment of the Agenda 2030 in 2015. Until recently, the main motivation of private investors has been to maximize profits for shareholders. However, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Paris Climate Declaration, the environmental and social risks of doing business, the realities of global warming and climate change, as well as the growing activism of civil society and the pressure of financing institutions for development, have made it necessary for private investors to analyze and act on the close connection between the sound investment regime, the transition to green economy, and the pursuit of long-term sustainability. I welcome the announcement of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AFCFTA, which will introduce the free movement of goods and labor on the continent as of January 2021, with East Regional Secretariat based in Accra, Ghana. The ability to achieve the goals of 2015 Paris Agreement depends on society's willingness to make fundamental changes in consumption and production patterns. At a time when the global discourse is shifting towards creating decent jobs that are also green, the AFCFTA offers an opportunity to promote the creation of decent green jobs in Africa. The AFCFTA is expected to connect 1.3 billion people in 55 countries with a combined gross domestic product, GDP, of $3.4 trillion and potentially lift 30 million people out of extreme poverty. Reducing income and opportunity inequality is an important aspect of promoting socially sustainable economic development in Ghana. Efforts to raise living standards are hampered not only by the unequal distribution of physical and human capital, but also by the unequal access to credit and other financial services, markets, and public services, especially education, sanitation, and health. To sustain growth in the medium term, high and growing inequality must be avoided. Otherwise, social cohesion may be lost. Social tensions may rise, and pressure for unproductive populist measures may increase. If left untouched, rising inequality could even lead to social and political unrest in the country. Ghana must do something to avoid the same fate. In conclusion, Ghana faces enormous challenges and must make policy choices to successfully implement the Sustainable Development Goals. While short-term issues tend to take precedence, policymakers, practitioners, and researchers must step back and think about the long-term sustainability needs that are essential to Ghana's development agenda. I have argued that sustainable economic development in Ghana must include at least 4 aspects: economic growth, rebalancing, environmental protection, social inclusion, and internal political harmony. I'm cautiously optimistic that Ghana will be able to build consensus and develop appropriate policies and financial protocols to achieve SDGs. And I have a quotation from John F. Kennedy of the UESD. The time to begin tackling the challenge is now. Those who take on this challenge must be prepared to stay with it for a long time. All this will not be finished in the first 100 days, nor will it be finished in the first 1,000 days, nor the life of this administration, nor even perhaps in our lifetime on this planet. But let us begin. In your hands, fellow clients, who more than mine will rest the final success or failure of our cause. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please, let's continue to give him a clap whilst he sits down. I would like to acknowledge the presence of some invited guests for today's program. I have in our presence is Professor Dodu Ahen from the University of Ghana. I also have Professor Victor Ajiman. I also have the honor of introducing Professor Alexander Nimoy Papo. He's also in the house. Thank you, sir, for coming. Then I'll have Miss Eunice Asiedu from FES. Please, let's welcome her. She's our wonderful collaboration partner. I also have Miss Dorcas Yobo from Action Aid. She's also in the house at the back. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And then I have Dr. Apia Kubi from Arocha, Ghana. May I see you, sir? Okay, he's not yet here. He's here. Mr. Darrell Bosu is representing Dr. Apia Kubi. Let's welcome him. We also have in our midst our directors from the university. I have Dr. Isaac Abram from PDM. He's also in the house. Let's welcome him. Okay. I haven't seen Dr. Pokuwai yet, but I also have Dr. Hamanopo Kwating from the Vice Chancellor's office in our midst as well. Thank you, sir, for coming. And we'll move to the next stage. We'll have our welcome and opening remarks from our own Professor Eric Nyako Sampson, the Vice Chancellor of the university. Please, let's welcome him.
Chairman of the University Governing Council, Professor Jonathan Na Ayete, Dr. Mrs. Ifua Isaba Ejiritete, member of the University Governing Council, the acting Pro-Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Edward Riafi Debra, Dr. Nene Simpim Na Tekwete, Chief of Manya Lamoji in Agomanya, Registrar of the University, Mrs. Mary Abene Japon, Acting Deans of Schools, Directors of the University, Professors, and as recognized by our MC, I wish to recognize Professor David Doduahin, who is the Director of the Institute of Applied Science and Technology in the University of Ghana. Prof, you are welcome. I also want to recognize Professor Victor Kwame Ajiman, the former Director General of the CSIR and a professor in this university. Professor Alexander Nimoy Papo, a professor in the university. Distinguished guests and representatives of our collaborators, esteemed researchers, staff and students of the university, media men and women, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am happy to welcome you, as Chairman has already done, to the second edition of our Sustainable Development Conference, organized by the University of Environment and Sustainable Development, SOMIA. The first edition of this conference, held in Akosombo, was revealing, impactful, and educative. And it is my belief that this year's would be a build-on knowledge full of sustainable ideas for the benefits of Ghana, Africa, and the world in general. And this is UESD to the world. The theme for this year's conference, Towards the Environment and Sustainable Development Financing in the Wave of COVID-19, the role of stakeholders, is worth discussing, considering the era we find ourselves in pandemic, at the twilight of the pandemic, or post-pandemic, as may be described. The global economic consequences of COVID have been significant, affecting all areas of the world's economy, including capital flows, jobs, employment, and business operations. And I learned yesterday that almost 250 million young people are going to be out of education, out of employment, and out of training. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development's latest global outlook on financing for sustainable development goals, developing countries are facing a shortfall of 1.7 trillion United States dollars in financial resources needed for the realization of the 2030 sustainable goals. Governments and investors are currently wrestling with the health, economic, and social impacts of COVID-19, which is harming the SDGs. As the university envisages creating knowledge through research for national development, I believe that through the quality research papers that will be presented by our astute researchers, multidisciplinary systems thinking will be explored, aimed at solving these financial challenges that have become an impediment to the attainment of the various targets of the SDGs. Prof. Chair, may I express the delight of management of the university at the news that 4 of our students have been partnered by 2 of our faculty members and will be presenting their research at this conference. Whilst we acknowledge the efforts by these faculty members, we commend the boldness of these young students to step out onto the international platform. Congratulations. In response to this, management of the university has decided to pay the registration fee for the 4 students under the Vice Chancellor's special dispensation. It is our belief that opportunities as this and the leadership, mentorship, and inspiration series, LIMS, will help mold our graduates into ready products for a fulfilling career in the world of work. I am informed that everything necessary to ensure a successful conference has been put in place. However, please do not hesitate to draw our attention to issues we might have glossed over, might have escaped us, or might have paid little attention to during the planning stages. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are coming to Somenya for the first time, you are in Somenya. Somenya is the capital town of the Yilo municipality. This is a town known for beautiful and well-crafted, oven-made African beads for both gender and all ages. So ensure you get one or as many as you desire before you leave Somenya. Somenya is a center where the Greenwich Meridian passes. The Greenwich Meridian represents the historic prime meridian of the world, longitude 0 degrees. An imaginary line last established in 1851. This is the line that divides the eastern hemisphere from the western hemisphere of the earth. From it, we got the Greenwich Meridian time, as it is used as the basis for the world's time zone by a convention adopted at the International Meridian Conference of 1884. To signify where this line passes in Somenya, the prime meridian monument has been built. I read it is called Greenwich because it passes through a place called Greenwich in London. Can we therefore call it Somenya Meridian Line because it passes through Somenya? Food for thought. Built by no means a professional body than the Ghana Institution of Surveyors, you may visit the place and take a historical picture to show where you have been on the whole world. Kindly contact the conference information desk for any assistance you may need in any of these. The desk can, as much as it may, be of help to you. I wish to commend members of the Conference Planning Committee and other supporting staff and students for the immense efforts channeled into the organization of this conference. I wish you a successful conference. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. EC, for your remarks. I'd like to continue with my list of acknowledgements. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Frank Bedu-Osei. He's our keynote speaker. He's from the University of Twente in Netherlands. This university is currently collaborating with us, UESD, in the area of geohealth under the GIS training session. Please, let's welcome him once again. And I also like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Rebecca Odonko, also of FES. Thank you all for coming. Our special guest for this conference is Nene Tekpete II from the Manya area of Agomenya. Please, let's give him a round of applause. We'll take our first message from our own professor, Professor Anthony Amwa, keynote speaker. He's one of the keynote speakers for today's conference. So we'll take our message from Professor Anthony Amwa on the strategies for financing SDGs implementation in the wave of COVID-19. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Immediately you saw E-levy, you started frowning. Don't worry, you'll be fine.
Chair, leveraging on the protocols already laid, I want to say good morning to everyone. I have been tasked to speak on sustainable development financing strategy, but I thought it wise to add
can a revised e-levy be considered as a sustainable development financing strategy and empirical evidence? This morning I had the opportunity of having a chat with the chairman of council, and I asked his view about the e-levy. And I want to share the views with you. I see some people nodding. You want the views of the chairman? No, you can't get that. I'll give you my views rather. Anyway, so why SDGs? Somewhere in the year 2000, it became very necessary that the world leaders will come together and develop strategies towards addressing poverty and its related issues. So they sanctioned what we call the Millennium Development Goals. 15 years after implementing the Millennium Development Goals, there were still gaps. For example, about 830 million people were still living below the poverty line, which is $1.90. That is equivalent to 19 cedis now. Let me adjust the threshold a little bit and push it to 2.50. We still had about 1.8 billion people still living under the poverty line. For this reason, the Sustainable Development Goals were birthed. And the world leaders again sanctioned the Sustainable Development Goals. So I asked a simple question. Assuming I pick poverty, won't you be happy that there is no poverty in the world? Now, won't you be happy that there is no hunger in the world now? Won't you be happy if all the Sustainable Development Goals are achieved? They are about 17 in all, or they are 17 in all, not about 17 in all. So I asked another question. Won't the generation yet unborn be happy if we are able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals? I guess your answer will be a yes. Okay, so there's Ghana's SDGs performance from the 2022 report gives an impression. So there are two countries here. We have, this is the dashboard for one country, and this is the dashboard for another country. Let me take my time and take you through this. When you see red, it means the country is facing major challenges. As it goes down towards the green, the better. So once you see green, it means that they have achieved the SDG. Now look at the arrows here. If you see it coming down, for example, something like this, it means that it is getting worse. If you see this, that is stagnating. If you see the arrow going up a little bit, it shows that we are moderately improving. And if you see this, it means green and it's up positively. It means that, or vertically, it means that we are on track. Any of these shows that we really do not have information on the item being discussed. So my question is, look at this and look at that. Which one is Ghana and which one is Germany? Now, Somebody is saying, I'm struggling to see. I'm saying that the more red you see, the worse the case, or the worse is the case. So you can see a lot of yellows here, which means that this country is doing better than this country. As a matter of fact, if you look through this country, you will not see any arrow going down that is red. But look at this. Okay, it is very pathetic. We cannot continue like this as a country. So let me just answer my question. This is Ghana and this is Germany. We cannot continue like this. I believe that those who are energy experts are looking at where they are. Those who are water experts are looking at where they are and all that. When I saw this, no poverty, I said that is fine. Look at ours. When I saw this, I said this is no news because we are not producing anything in the country. So if you tell me that I'm doing well in the area of production and consumption, then that is fine. Okay, because I'm not polluting anything. I'm not producing cement. Okay, I'm not doing anything. As a matter of fact, the whole of the continent, our CO2 contribution is just around 1%. So if I see this, it is no news at all. It's because nothing is happening. And this is very pathetic. Let's go deep into Ghana's sustainable development goals in terms of the target and see where we are. I wouldn't bore you with this, but you could tell from all these that, to be frank with you, we are not doing well as a country. You can go through this. It's obvious we are not doing well as a country. And the reason why I'm saying we are not doing well is that I'm not comparing Ghana to Togo. I'm comparing Ghana to Germany. If that is the case, then the question I'm asking is, what are those challenges that are inhibiting the progress towards achieving the sustainable development goals? There are countless number of problems. We can talk about good governance. We can talk about political will, to mention but a few. But I just want to focus on the issue of finance towards achieving the sustainable development goals. What is the role of finance? Or how is finance a major challenge towards the achievement of the sustainable development goals? Now, let's look at the sources of funding the SDGs. Don't be too happy because you see a lot of sources. I will summarize the sources and you can appreciate it better. So let me just mention them so that those of you who do not know would know. We are getting monies from our development partners in the form of loans and grants. We are generating money, IGF, internally. Development finance institutions, foreign direct investment, private sector, international capital market, remittances, statutory funds, like say money from Get Fund and all that, tax and non-tax revenue, and monies from foundations. Let me summarize it for you to appreciate it better. In all this, the government of Ghana is contributing about 72%. We were talking about development partners, international markets, and all those. But look at this. This is from government of Ghana. This is 2022 report. Not 2021, 2022 report. Look at our development partners. Yet, we are tempted to believe that we are getting money from our development partners towards the sustainable development goals. Look at it, just 9%. just around how much they are realizing from the e-levy. Just around 9%. Very sad. Even the statutory funds, we can still add it to the government. So in effect, the government of Ghana is contributing a chunk of the funds we need to finance our sustainable development goals. What is very sad and pathetic is that at the end, anytime the funds are due, they are unable to raise it. The best they can get is delay in funding a project. We have a difficulty using this source to fund projects. It is very obvious that when you go around the campus, the projects that have not been completed are all coming from this side. So it tells you what is happening to the sustainable development goals. Let me take my time and forecast into the next 10 years and tell you the financing gap that we need to bridge. So don't worry about the figures. Just follow this. This is the total cost for 2020 towards funding the sustainable development goals. So this is the total amount we need to fund the sustainable development goals from 2021 to 2030. Now look at the revenue. This is revenue needed. This is the cost. This is the revenue. All these are in $1 million. Okay, 47 here, 10 here. Your cost is 47 and you are raising 10. So the gap here is what? $43 million. And it continues. Look at the trend very well. From 2022, you see it rising. Okay, rising. So this is the total amount in terms of the gap that we need to bridge. This is problematic. Can we depend on government? Can we depend on our development partners? They are coming in with only 9%. So as a country, we need to rise up and do something for ourselves. Let me summarize it in case perhaps you have a problem and you couldn't really appreciate the bigger picture. The current SDG financing gap for the next 10 years is $431.6 billion. That is the gap. For 2021 alone, we need about $43 billion. And this is coming from the World Economic Forum 2022. I'm giving you recent data so that you can appreciate your current problem as a country. Can the economy of Ghana support the SDG budget? Can the 72%, you saw the 72, can we use it to support it? I hear people saying, no, we can't. Oh, let's see. We can't just say we can't. Yes, we can. But let's see whether the data will confirm or debunk our assertion. This is the trend of Ghana's economy. So in order for me not to be biased, I picked from the time of John Mahama and I picked the time for Akufo-Addo so that you can appreciate both. I'm not a politician, I'm an academic. If I were to be NDC, I would have picked only this. If I were to be MPP, I would have picked this. But I'm an academic, so I'm just presenting both. So if you are MPP, you know what is happening. If you are NDC, you can also know what you did. I will not bore you with the details from the various sectors because I'll come back to that. Let's look at the growth, including oil. So you could see from 2013, the trend went down from 7.3% to 3.7%. So if now the current government is saying I'm doing 3 point something percent, why should the opposition be crying? Because at the end of the day, you were within 3 for about 2 years. You see what politics is doing to our country. Now, let's look at this. It started from 8.5, significant increase. Then it declined, went up again, so you could see it swindling like a pendulum. The current government is saying that the reasons, or some of the reasons why we are not performing well now, includes 3 major shocks. The first one is the financial sector cleansing. The second one, and the financial sector cleansing, cost us, that is between August 2017 to 2000, that cost us 21.60 billion. On the average within the period, the economy was growing between 5.6, 5.7%. Now, that alone cost us 6,000 job losses. Don't forget that that same year, a lot were added to the job market. So if 6,000 are coming out and we are adding, let's say, 1,000, you could tell the total number of people that still remain unemployed. COVID-19 pandemic, at least that translates to about $35 million. That is the impact it had on the economy of Ghana. Then again, the Russia-Ukraine war, we are still estimating the cost. So we don't know yet. But it is obvious, looking at the rising cost of living, the inflation rate, it tells you that the impact here is as well very devastating. So if you put all these 3 together and you manage to handle this as government, then it is not easy, but we can appreciate the challenges. Let's look at the consequences because of the shocks. The rising debt stock, downgrading by accredited rating institutions, rising price levels and cost of living, as well as rising unemployment. Let's look at other consequences. These are happening and some expected. I'll get here. We're experiencing strikes. The current government is currently a little unpopular. Am I permitted to say a little? Very unpopular. And it is threatening political unrest. Crime rates, mental and psychological stress. I don't know whether Dr. Kugbe is here. He has been doing some research on this. Divorce, unfaithfulness, broken homes, and a lot of debts. I have not even added number 1. If you look at the trend of Ghana's economy, now, what we are experiencing now is causing the economy to grow at 0.5% in 2020 and 5.4% in 2021. If you find the average here, you are getting somewhere around 3%. Now, if your economy is growing around 3%, it means that you are more or less like presenting a hopeless situation for the country. What are the options? We can borrow internally or borrow externally, but these are the challenges. If you borrow internally, you are associated with high cost of borrowing because you have to borrow from the people, and you also cause what we call crowding out because the private sector and the public sector or government will be fighting over the same amount of money. So should it go to government or it should go to the private sector? So that is what we call crowding out. Externally, it is very costly because your country has been downgraded. There is no trust for the country. So if you really need the money, then you have to get it at a higher cost. That notwithstanding, you will also get it, but there are a lot of conditionalities. Example, don't employ in the public sector. Let's shift to donor support. They are not even helping us that much. So sometimes let us not think that these donors are helping us that much. Let us not think like that. The support is unreliable, it is small, and there are a lot of conditionalities. The support is unreliable, a lot of conditionalities. So the question is, which one should we go for? My argument is, let us raise from within. Let us depend on ourselves and raise from within. Now, there are three sectors, so I want to pick the economy of Ghana, break it into three sectors so that we can identify where we can go. So over here you can see that we have the agri sector, the industrial sector, and the services sector. Please study it carefully. You will see that this is growing at an average of around 5.something%. The industrial sector is not really, is not stable in terms of its growth rate. Because how can you grow at 8.6%, then all of a sudden 3.3%? Then look at the services sector. You could see that this has been relatively stable, the services sector. So it means that perhaps there is some gold in the services sector. So let's explore further. The services sector has been contributing significantly towards the growth of Ghana or the GDP of Ghana than any of the other sectors, although we call ourselves agrarian economy. But the services sector contributes more. So look at the trend from 2000, even projected into 2025. It means that there is gold in this sector. So let's go deep down. For gold, you have to go down again into the subsectors and see the subsector that we can harness or we can take advantage of. So it's obvious. Look at the growth here. From 2014 to 2020, the information and communication sector is standing out. Look at the average, it's 21%. Compare it to all the other subsectors. You can say that in the services sector is doing well amongst the three. Within the services sector, the information and communication subsector is also doing better. What did you just see? I can say that I saw the ICT subsector and its potential, especially widening the tax net and robbing in the informal sector. I ask a question. Can we generate revenue or money from money transfers in this subsector? Can we generate domestic revenues to support the SDGs? I ask a simple question. How much are you willing to pay for electronic transfers, which is within that sector? So this is where the empirics come in. So we went to the field, designed a survey. This is an online survey. We put it out there. Interestingly, almost every region was captured. We got a sample size of over 2,800. Which is one of the largest I have witnessed in Ghana. On the average, you get around 400, but this one we got over 2,800. So we made sure that you couldn't fail twice because we logged it from our end. After that, we validated it with socioeconomic characteristics and phone numbers that were provided. I think that is good. That is that because of time. Let me just move on to results. So if you have questions on the response rate was around 95%, very high. Okay. Now, let's relax. So we asked the people how much they will pay. Those who said they will pay 0, which includes you and I, is around 45.98, approximately 46%. They said they will not pay anything. Those who said if it is 0.5%, they will pay something. It constitutes about 21% in that order. Okay, so you can know where you fit. Okay, you can say 1.7%. We got only 1.25. This tells you that this is very unpopular. Let's move on and group them into two. Those who said they will pay something and those who said they will pay nothing. So 0.5 and above as compared to 0. We can group them into 46% and 54%. What is the storyline here? The storyline here is that Ghanaians are not against e-levy. The problem is the magnitude. The problem is transparency. The problem is accountability. The problem is trust. So I decided to include the zeros, exclude the zeros, and compare the flat rate and the percentages. Still, you could see that those who said that they wanted to pay in percentages dominated in both cases. Then I went ahead to see, okay, let me pick the poor communities, pick the rich communities, and compare whether the poor are willing to pay more or they will pay less. Over here, we found that there was no statistically significant difference between the rich. We found rather a statistically significant difference between the rich and the poor. That means that the poor rather are interested in paying as compared to the rich. This is counterintuitive. Rather, I was expecting the rich to pay as compared, but the poor. And the underlying justification for why the poor are willing to pay as compared to the rich is very simple. The rich, they have a lot of transactions to do. So if you are charging 1.75, the absolute cost to the rich is bigger than the poor. The second reason is this. For the rich, they have other alternatives. They can call people and send them. They can issue check. They can even drive and go and pay. What about the poor? They have limited options. So I said to the poor, they are associated with fairly inelastic, limited alternatives. But the rich, fairly elastic alternatives. And that is why we found a statistically significant difference between the rich and the poor. Now I picked the NDC areas where NDC won, regions where they won, and regions where the MPP won, and decided to compare whether the NDC will be saying something different. Interestingly, we found no statistically significant difference between them. In other words, what the NDC people are saying, that is what the MPP people are saying. What the MPP people are saying, that is what the NDC. In effect, there is a common voice here regarding e-levy. So this is the descriptive statistics, so you can see the mean, the median, and all that. Let me not waste your time on this. Let's go straight to the results. Please, this is the first results. Don't worry. I will tell you what the results is. Don't worry about the figures. I want to pick only two variables from these results. The first one, which has been highlighted. The results is saying that those who trust in the government showed interest or positive interest in paying for the e-levy. Those who have trust in the government as compared to those who do not trust. That means that trust is an important determinant of whether people will pay or not. Then I picked knowledge. I grouped them into subjective knowledge and objective knowledge. You see that subjective knowledge is not significant. but objective knowledge about the e-levy. In fact, your knowledge about the e-levy will tell you whether you should pay or not. So over here, I'm picking only two variables from the results. Knowledge is significant. Trust is also important in the model. Then I looked at behavioral responses. I asked the people, assuming the e-levy is passed into law, we collected the data before it was passed into law. So assuming the e-levy is passed into law, the question is, what will be your response? Will you still do transact business using e-levy? Use the electronic transaction, or keep the status quo? We saw 10.65. I will rather increase my transaction. Those ones I can say these could be die-hard MPP people. Okay. That is 1.17. But look at the last two. I will reduce my transaction 41%. I will stop using Momo 46%, or approximately 47%. So majority are saying that they will not pay for the e-levy. I grouped them into two. So negative behavior, 88%. Positive behavior, approximately 12%, or let me say 11%. Okay. Then we went ahead to categorize the behavioral responses. Over here too, you could see that trust is significant. Look at objective knowledge, it's also significant in the model. So it means that the knowledge of the people is key, and trust is also key. I went ahead and we decided to investigate trust and the time for the implementation. Trust is significant, and the time of implementation to Ghanaians is very, very important. Don't just implement the e-levy. Listen to when we want the e-levy to be implemented. Don't just implement it. Now, I'm bringing my long talk to a close. I want to tell you what the government has been up to. The government said, okay, because you don't want the 1.75, I want to charge you 1.5. But this is those who are above, whose transactions are above 100 Ghana cedis, which is equivalent to $13. Now, the whole mobile money account, those who have registered, is over 40 million. And the worth of that market is $126 billion. That is why the government targeted $920 million. Unfortunately, because they use this, with the 1.75, they were expecting 6.8 billion per year, per annum. Now, with this, unfortunately, they got only about 10%. Let me be generous, about 10%. So May, they were expecting 3.75 million per month. They got 38. June, they got 54. And as I speak to you now, the current data is suggesting that they have around 7%, which means it has declined from the approximately 10% to 7%. If you look at our estimate very well, you could see that it is reflecting what we are experiencing. About 90% are not interested. Okay. Now, we are now proposing this. Please listen. This is what we are proposing. Charge 0.5%. If you charge 0.5% per our estimate, you'll be able to get 48 billion. If you 48 billion per year, which is greater than how much you expect. Currently, you expect this is how much they are expecting per year, 611 million Ghana cedis per year. We are saying charge this, and you'll be able to get this. But even with this one, we said, okay, let's focus on only the positives. And with the positives, we got 54% from our data, from the analysis. Okay, so we used only that, finding 54% of the total. And it gave us still 2.6 billion, which is still far greater than this. Okay, so what we decided to do is, let me take you through briefly how we did the forecasting. We use what we call the Monte Carlo projections. Okay, this is the value of transaction as reported by the Bank of Ghana. This is the active users as reported by Bank of Ghana. And we are proposing 5%, 0.5%. With this error margin, which we use the Monte Carlo projections to generate it randomly, this is the forecasted expected revenue. This is the dollar equivalent of that. Now, we are saying that if you charge this, the next year you go to 5 billion, you go to 6 billion in that order. The government expected revenue will be achieved within 5 to 7 years. But if you rush into charging something that is outrageous, the attrition rate will be high. At the end of the day, you will miss your target. So in conclusion, we have found that it is not that Ghanaians are not interested in the e-levy. What they are worried about is trust. What they are worried about is accountability. What they are worried about is what you are going to use the money for. So, for example, the law, the e-levy law, stipulates that they have to make known to us how much they are realizing from it and what they are going to do with the money. Now, the first month, we know how much you realize. Second month, we know how much you realize. Third month, we know how much you realize. But we don't know what they are using the money for. Why won't it decline? Because they have told us that they are going to use it for road. So assuming they started the road and say, oh, this is the e-levy road, and you are making us aware of what you are using the money for, the attrition rate would not be as reported. Then again, we have sufficient evidence to suggest that the 1.5 being charged now is prohibitive. And this knowledge was given to me by my co-author, Kwame Ejemante, Dr. Kwame Ejemante, who is here. Yesterday I was having a chat with him, and he said that this charge is prohibitive. Then I said, thank you for giving me the word. So I put it there. So Kwame, it's your word. We are saying that the proposed 0.05 can be sufficiently, or 0.5%, 0.5%, can sufficiently generate the expected funds to support the sustainable development goals. But then there are two main problems from the research: trust and absence of knowledge. If we are able to communicate well to the people, and the people develop trust based on the fact that we are going to be accountable, transparent, and demonstrate proper use of the money, the narratives will change. Thank you very much.
Please, let's give him another round of applause. This is very insightful and a very deep topic. And I guess we've all taken a cue from all the data and analysis he's giving us. Prof, thank you so much. I'd like to call on our second keynote speaker, Dr. Frank Osei-Bedu. He'll be speaking on financing geohealth surveillance and COVID-19. Please, let's welcome Dr. Osei-Bedu.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. And for the sake of time, I will be very quick with my presentation. Professor Chair, Professor Vice Chancellor, and other professors here, and all protocols observed. I want to formally thank you for the opportunity to speak in this conference. Okay. And I also want to thank Professor Anthony Amwa for his speech. It has indeed made my work location. And therefore, when you avoid this vital component of your data collection, you end up not being able to deduce the exact locations where you need to take action. So, geospatial health or geohealth is basically a combination of our existing traditional ways of disease surveillance and the geospatial component. That is being able to associate geographical location to whichever data that you collect. And in fact, since everything happens somewhere, where that particular thing happens should also be considered in our disease surveillance. Now, we can recall the importance of the geospatial health by casting our minds back to the classic epidemiological work of John Snow, when in the 1850s there was a cholera outbreak in London. Now, John Snow was a kind of a basic epidemiologist, and all that he did was to map the locations of the affected individuals. Then he realized that the affected individuals ended up clustering around a particular water pump. And when this pump was removed, the number of cases completely reduced. And in essence, he applied a component of the geospatial information system to solve that particular problem of cholera in London. Okay, so what did John Snow do? In those times, he visualized, he analyzed, and he took action. Now, from the visualization and based on his analysis, he was, of course, the community was able to take action at a specific location. Now, what is the implication of this action? In many instances, one would want to take action across or holistically within the area. But then, based on just simple visualization of the geoinformation data, by removing the water pump at just one location, the number of cases reduced. Now, when we bring it and relate it to financing, you realize that it completely reduced the costs of mitigating the cholera outbreak. And that is one of the major importance of geohealth. Now, geohealth, so, is not a new phenomenon. But currently, we have to include some dynamics. That is, now we must be able to collect data with the advent of technology. With your even with your phones, your mobile phones, you can't easily collect geospatial data. You can visualize, that is, by plotting the incidences or the occurrences, you can easily visualize what is happening. You can also explore what is happening. Exploration here it's similar to data mining, trying to reveal trends which are somehow hidden in the data. You can also evaluate the data, trying to generate scenarios based on expectations of what would happen if a specific implementation strategy is being implemented. What would happen? So those scenarios can also be generated if you have geospatial data. And you can also model the data to deduce which critical factors should be taken into action. Now, lastly, and of course, which is not part of the current trends, and is from myself, is to simulate. You can simulate what would occur both in space and in time. So for instance, currently we were having a challenge with the monkeypox. Through simulations based on knowledge that we have gained from the monkeypox, or maybe based on knowledge of a disease which is also similar to the monkeypox, we can simulate, mimic the reality, and be able to identify where the next case is likely to occur, or whether it can lead to an epidemic or not. So with geospatial data, all these things could be done in a way to reduce cost of implementation. Now, so where can we get geospatial data to aid geohealth-related studies? The data abound. There are a lot of repositories that we can gain this data. Currently, a lot of remote sensing images are available. We can download some of them free and classify the images to determine which variables are of interest. Our roads data are now digital, which is also a particular kind of geospatial data, and with the aspect of roads, it could be used to deduce and map accessibility to health facilities or to health resources, hydrological data, elevation data. All these data are available to be utilized in our geospatial health studies. Now, so what are some of the specific questions that geohealth can answer? Geohealth is basically based on the principle of the first law of geography, or Tobler's law of geography, that states that everything is related to everything, but near things are more related. We could even test it in this lecture hall. It is possible, highly possible, that people who share common characteristics are sitting together. So the implication is that closeness in space implies closeness in attributes. So based on this principle, when diseases occur and we are able to capture their geolocations, we can determine where the disease is high. That is, areas or locations with exceptionally higher than expected risk can be determined. And as we go on, I will show you empirical examples that we did with the COVID-19 data from Ghana. Okay. We can also determine when the disease was high, that is retrospective, when the disease was high, or prospective, when the disease is going to explode. We can determine who is at risk of the disease. So based on some demographic characteristics, we can determine the age group, which is mostly at risk, the income group, which is mostly at risk, or the social class of the individuals mostly at risk. We can also deduce, this is very important, how the disease gets riskier. That is based on the complex interaction between humans and the environment. We can deduce how the disease transmits or the disease diffuses within our environment. So there are a number of advantages, a number of questions that GeoHealth can answer. So some of the advantages are it avoids holistic implementation and reduces cost. So for instance, if you are able to map the spatially continuous domain of the disease, you would be able to pinpoint the exact location, which is very high. Now, if you also want to continue to monitor the disease, you would be able to optimally locate communities or even districts where you should continue to monitor. So with GeoHealth, there is quality, efficiency, and cost reduction. Now, what do we need to do to implement GeoHealth? Because I have been doing GeoHealth-related studies for quite a long time, all my life. Studies have been based on GeoHealth, and I realized that in our country, there are limited studies. Very limited. And you see people having the urge to partake in GeoHealth-related studies, that is adding the geoinformation science component, but the commitment is really not there. Commitment in the sense that the data acquisition is a problem. Besides that, the authorities who are also supposed to instigate the use or exploit the use of GeoHealth is a little really not committed. You have to negotiate a lot even before you lay your hands on the data. There are also trust issues because no country just want to easily release data with geoinformation to anyone to go out there. So that is also an issue. So to me, we need a lot of commitment to be able to exploit the significance of GeoHealth. Even laying your hands on the data, there are a lot of hindrances. And I will explain some of the hindrances. There are a lot of hindrances despite the benefits that we can gain from GeoHealth. One, there are computational hindrances. Sometimes I see people load the data, just visualize the data, but to mine the data, to explore the data, to evaluate, you need to have some level of computational strength. And that is what currently we are lacking. For my part, I currently have a PhD student from Ghana I recruited to look at our COVID data in the area of GeoHealth. And looking at his background, a pure epidemiologist, facing these hindrances is really a challenge because the background is very different from the computational background. This is why after the conference, Prof has organized a workshop that I will deliver to take some people, participants, through some of the basics of geoinformation science, acquisition, and modeling and mapping. Some basics for the start. Most of the softwares for geoinformation data were commercial. Now there are open source softwares that you can easily use, like the R software and the QGIS, for instance, can easily be downloaded free of charge and used for some of these studies. Okay. So Empirically, let's look at the COVID-19 data. So this is a map of just the cases. And this is oftentimes what I see people do. They plot the cases. So we have wave 1, wave 2, 3, and 4 of the COVID-19. Now, when you have cases like this, one, there are several limitations using search maps to develop implementation strategies because the population in each area unit is different. So when you see some location showing high, it does not necessarily mean that the risk is high. For all you know, the population at that particular location is very high, and that is why you are recording a higher number of cases. So what you need to do is to convert the cases into a risk map. And during the various presentations and the maps used for the COVID-19, as I sat on TV and watched, these are some of the maps I saw. Dividing the number of cases by the population. The theory behind it is right because, as we would say, the number of cases divided by the population is the maximum likelihood estimate of the risk. But then, if you want to use these maps to do your implementation, there are still some defects. One, the estimates are very unstable because the populations are not the same. So we call something variance instability. Sorry, I'm taking you through some statistics. But of course, these maps do not also account for uncertainties in your recordings because most of the cases we officially recorded are somehow under-recorded. Some could also be over-recorded. So there are some kind of uncertainties in the data, and that must be accounted for. So what you have to do is to smooth search maps, filter search maps, filter out the noise to get a very smooth map that accounts for the uncertainties. And this is where I said we need some, there are some computational hindrances because here you have to go through a series of Markov chain Monte Carlo simulations to address these uncertainties. And this is purely a Bayesian statistic. So if there are statisticians here, they would understand me better. So the whole idea here is to smooth the maps, to get maps that you can rely on for your development of implementation strategies. Okay. Okay. Good. But you see, in these maps, if you look at each polygon, it has assumed that the risk is the same across all polygons. And that is a very unrealistic assumption. So for instance, we are in which district here? YOLO. It is assumed that the risk of the disease is the same everywhere. And that is a very unrealistic assumption. So you have to go further to be able to predict the risk at the granular level. And that is what we did. And to be able to do that, you have to take advantage of the special nature of the disease. As I said, according to Tobler, everything is related to everything, but near things are more related. So based on that, and with the data, we can be able to even deduce the the infectivity level of COVID. That is, if someone gets infected here, how far can it influence? Or how far would the next person who is infected, or how do they interact with each other in space? So, with that, we realize that for the first wave, the infectivity level was within a range of 36 kilometers. Very close range. The second wave, infectivity level was around 40 kilometers, which is very close based on the spatial distribution of the disease. But then when we got to the third and the fourth wave, of course, the disease had spread across, and therefore the infectivity level had reduced in terms of the spatial distance from about 40 kilometers to about 69 kilometers apart. And based on this, with data at the district level, that is district aggregated data, our objective is to predict at the granular level. And these are some of the predictions we did. For wave 1, we see the spatial distribution and high concentration of the disease at the southeastern part. Now when you zoom in, you realize that this is what is occurring. That is when you go deeper, this is what is occurring at the southeastern part. The same thing happening for the second wave, the third wave, and also the fourth wave. So this is telling us something about the distribution of the disease and always occurring within the southeastern part of the country. Okay, so based on my explanation of GeoHealth and also the empirical analysis I have shown you, there are some facts and conclusions we can draw. So GeoHealth is basically geospatial science plus health information, that is health data. Now the concept is not new, but there are new dynamics based on the advent of geographic information science. Some people call it geographic information system, but I say it is just a system. The science behind it is what is important. So we call it geographic information science. And since there are more and more georeferenced data, that is data with geospatial locations attached to it, we can look at the implementation of geospatial surveillance in our health system. It is indispensable in the current era because everything happens somewhere, and the locations where these diseases occur should be taken into serious consideration. There are technical and capacity challenges. These are barriers that we can alleviate them, and specifically, the government and funding agencies of health research should consider these two critical areas. One, they should intensify geospatial data collection. For instance, if you study the COVID-19 data, you would realize that for some infected individuals, they couldn't capture their geolocation. And I think it is all because of the lack of knowledge about the importance of the geospatial location. Now, the second point is that we should classify geospatial information as a required field. That is, during the course of the data input, the name of the person is a required field, the ID of the person is a required field. Why can't we make the same restrictions for the geospatial location? And I think that it should be a required field whenever data entry is being undertaking. Thank you very much for your attention and patience.
Please, let's give him a round of applause. We are learning new things every day in academia. At this point, we will have our group picture taken outside. But before we do that, kindly note that all participants who have registered should please come back into the hall after the photograph. So will the students also do after that. They'll come back into the hall and sit down for further instructions. And then we will have, we'll kindly ask that all presenters who are yet to finish payment should kindly see Mr. Isaac Thing at the registration desk. Yes, these are the announcements. Please kindly take note because we will break out into various sessions. We have 5 different meeting areas. We'll take that instructions after the photograph and we'll come back into the auditorium. Then we'll have snacks. Thank you very much. So we have a photo session outside on our usual spot, the stairs.
Hi there and welcome to another insightful and educative episode of AAU Talks on AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa. And as we always pause to bring you content that inform to transform. And you know, we're enjoying the time right at the majestic grounds of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development, where we're bringing you very transformative content that you appreciate. And this episode is also promises to be an amazing one as we discuss university branding, the case of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development, bringing you good insight on why there's a need for you to brand and brand very well, and also picking a cue from one of the youngest universities, but also perspective in terms of sustainable development. UESD promised to be one of the places that we identified, and I have with me an amazing personality here at the university to help us discuss this topic to the latter. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us. Be right back, and then we zoom right to discussions. Be right back. Welcome back to AAU Talks on AAU TV. My name is Ajaman Otradako, and we're discussing university branding, the case of UESD. And you know, you bear with me that every university's brand represents and shapes their ethos. It is what they stand on to reflect their vision, their goals, and their identity. And today we find or we're faced with a surfeit of identities all over, and people want to associate themselves with universities that are well branded and stick to their brand and purpose, where they can also feel belonging and also contribute their quota. So it's important that you also own a very significant brand that you don't shy from, but you protect and defend. And that's why I have with me Mrs. Mary Abna Ajapon. She is the registrar for the University of Environment and Sustainable Development. To discuss this to the latter, Madam Mary, you're welcome to AAU Talks.
Thank you.
I'm glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Great. Let us start with the general premise about the need for branding in the first place. I know the corporate world has seen this and they are really intensifying brand effectiveness because they see something unique in it. But from your perspective, why is branding so important to corporate institutions?
Ajaman, branding simply tells who you are. Your brand signifies who you are. And your brand shows how different you are from your competitors. And so it's very important that you do not get lost in the midst of your competitors. You are supposed to stand out. And that is why branding is so important in the corporate world. You are what you sell, and you should be able to sell who you are. Yeah.
Great. Now, I mean, people understand that, I mean, with the corporate institutions,
Yeah.
because it's all about profit, you need to be well differentiated amongst the many. But trickling down to higher education institutions where mostly the mandate has been more of a corporate social of a sort, social education, social support, transformational agenda. There do we find branding also playing a key role in the operations?
That's even where we really need to brand. We need, for me, branding is more in the higher education or more of relationship. We need to build a relationship between us, our current customers, future customers, so that we will have loyal customers and future alumni. Your brand should be such that your products will still want to associate with you when they have gone or they finished school. And so you should make your brand such that your alumni want to associate with you, your alumni want to give back, your alumni want to continue the relationship even when they are done. So at the tertiary level, it is so important that we are able to brand. Because if we don't brand, we die.
You know, you stressed on how these branding as a cause can play a key role in attracting or bringing back your alumni to still express interest in your good. But how does branding play a key role in attracting the right kind of student and also the teaching and non-teaching staff for the for the institution? Has branding got a role to play in bringing the right kind of people you deserve or you want?
Oh yeah, it really does. You need. There is Simon Sinek has said that people buy why you do things and not what you do. You know, and so your brand portrays why you exist. You understand, and so you realize that there are some places where you have oversubscription. People will die to be at some places, whilst other people or other brands doing the same thing are undersubscribed. You understand? So brands become very important in the attraction of students. We have very savvy customers now who are picky and who know exactly what they want, you know. And so you should be able to sell to them, exactly what they want, so that your brand will become a brand of choice. Otherwise, I said, you die in the midst of it. Yeah.
We'll really dig into that in terms of
Yeah.
your inexistence if you fail to brand. But
Yeah.
let's look at what are some of the elements that are brand worthy for the institutions. I mean, there are a lot of things the university has in its box in terms of branding. But what is worth branding to get the right kind of people and support you require?
Okay, so in the university setting, number one is our products, our alumni. So our students, we have the service we give. You understand?
Yeah.
What the university stands for and is known for.
Yeah.
That is a corporate image of the university. And I've said it before, but I'll say it again. And the relationship that we build. So it is very important that in all these areas, in all these categories, your brand should speak for yourself. Yeah.
Some universities have identified their niche areas
Exactly.
as a need, as a way to intensify branding. How do you find this strategy as it's been viable as a form of branding for these institutions?
Oh yeah, it is so important. Now, a lot of the institutions have become jack of all trade, master of none. You understand, and you get lost, in it. But you need to stand for something or you fall for everything. You see. So in our niche area, as an environment, we need to stand out. Our brand needs to sell. We should be the first point of call if we people need anything to be done in the area of environment and sustainable development. We are supposed to, sell ourselves. Our product should
So just a short introduction or a brief. These are the key issues that are bothering us in the global development world, especially for our development country. We are feeling the heat or the worst effect of the COVID. And we cannot talk about this without chipping in the Russian-Ukraine war. It's kind of indispensable, so it will definitely be part of it, the effect of all these. So we are facing high energy prices, high commodity prices. We can be summarized as high inflation, and we are based on the COVID, and because of the COVID, we are having disrupted supply chain of goods and services.
provide focus about 5 million Ghanaians, mostly in the Greater Accra, the Western region, and also in the Eastern region. We have some work also looking at biological resources along our coastal area. So we look at terrestrial conservation around the Boni-Kumasi area. We also look at the Keta Lagoon mangrove ecosystem there and how to secure. But these are all relevant to and providing nature-based solutions for our sustenance. If we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, the natural environment is the sustaining element that keeps all the other social and economic aspects of the goals together. So for us, we try to ensure that these natural assets are secured to provide benefit for an economic development as well as social well-being. I'll stop here for now as we respond to others.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm representing ActionAid Ghana, and my ActionAid Ghana is mainly an affiliate of the ActionAid Global Federation. If you look around the world, you find offices in about 45 countries, and back here in Ghana, you will find us mainly working in 5 regions. We've been pretty much around since the 1990s. And when you look at our prime focus, we have a very keen interest in gender and also eradicating poverty and also ensuring social in these various regions. When you also critically look at how we work on ground, you realize that the human right-based approach to development is really one of the key pillars and that guides us on how we work on ground, meaning a lot working with duty bearers and also right holders. And you also realize that we're very intentional by working with marginalized groups such as women groups, persons living with disability and the like. We are currently running or implementing our activities in line with the country strategy direction paper, which really is aligned to most of the SDG goals as he mentioned earlier. But I'll just highlight 3 specific mission priorities. The first one being mission priority 1 that seeks to look specifically at promoting climate resilient, sustainable agriculture. And this sets in well with SDG 1, 2, 13, and 15, which highlights the urgent action that needs to be taken to combat climate change. We also look specifically at mission priority 2 that addresses violence against women and girls. And when you look at SDG goal 5, 8, and 10, it talks very much about decent work. And we have extensively worked on economic growth and reducing inequality, especially amongst youth and women. And lastly, I'll mention our mission priority 3 that focuses on providing and advocating for gender responsive public education. And this syncs in well with Sustainable Development Goal 4, 5 in a way, and also 10, which seeks to highlight quality education, inclusion, equitable education, and also reducing inequality. So just to answer your question on how we work and how it's aligned to SDGs.
I think we can clap for them. They are doing so much. We are the University of Environment and Sustainable Development, and we see that everything that they are doing falls in place and is in line with what we're doing. And also, I'm sure our students are also listening where to have their internships and also in future have partners and partnership and also work there. So pay attention to some of these things. I know Mr. Editor, I think he's around, but let me go to this question. I will also ask him. So maybe I'm starting from your side. I don't want to start from Eunice's side again. So I'm starting from Dorcas's side. Okay. So, can I say that Arocha is also an international NGO. You have branches in parts of. I'm asking before I come to you.
So yes, I think Arusha sometimes is very confusing. We have an international network, but each country is very autonomous. It's not funded by the international network, so we operate as an individual entity with our own board, and we operate like that. So we see ourselves as a Ghanaian organization connected to an international network.
Okay, so it's local. It's
local. Very local. It's local. Yes. Okay. Yes, it's local.
So I wanted to get it clear because I wanted to conclude that you all get your funds from abroad, and probably you may be out.
Okay.
But I'll come to that.
Our original startup does not mean we don't get funding from outside. All of us.
So about how much of it?
I would say about 90% of all of our funding.
So then my conclusion may be right.
Sources.
So you depend on international funding.
Yes.
So now it comes to Madam Dorcas. Pre-COVID, COVID, and one of the presenters said that we are in the twilight of COVID. These three scenarios, funding, how did you manage? How were you funding your activities and during this period, or how are you funding your activities?
Okay, when it comes to funding opportunities being available specifically to the ActionAid Ghana office, I would admit that it's really been a challenge because constantly...
We just want you, to look at pre-COVID, COVID,
and all right. So we have various sources of income. Mainly, there are two main sources of income. We have the regular giving, which is basically through our child sponsorship programs where countries like UK, Greece, and Italy are interested in supporting young people, especially from in deprived communities. So based on the funding or support that they send, we use it to address a number of the issues we've identified in our country's strategic direction or paper. And then we also have institutional funding. And this is more of partnerships and also donor-funded projects from people like Medical Foundation and Baroma Foundation. You have European Union. So mostly it's from external funding sources that we use to address most of the issues that we want to address in line with our CSP.
So the situation still comes back to my three scenarios.
Yes, it pretty much comes back to that. So we are struggling to meet up with the demand on ground, and it's really we really have very limited resources to address that.
So, in quotes, post-COVID or and pre-COVID, how has the funding been?
The funding keeps dwindling. It's because you have instances where donors will say that COVID is now a priority, so we need to redirect some of these funds to address those. And so it's quite okay, but it's really not the same as it was before COVID.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Daryl, tell us your situation.
Yes, thank you very much. I might present a very different picture.
Okay.
Because as an organization, a lot of our funding comes from international sources, like I indicated. We have a few Ghanaians who voluntarily contribute to the work we do, but that is also not significant. Pre-COVID, a lot of our funding has still remained, comes from the international angle, and as far as I can report, it has not dwindled. And even during the period of COVID, we didn't see a reduction. What we rather saw was that a few funding that we targeted were suspended because they were not able to run at the time. They would diverted funding to other purposes. But that didn't affect our revenue because a lot of our programs run for several years, 4 or 5 years, and so once it is running, it's able to, only that within the period of COVID, you are not able to tap into others, but still our funding targets were not significantly affected. Then post-COVID, I would say that we have tried to explore engaging with private entities, companies, because we have realized that if the funding is not going to come so much from the international for periods like COVID, then how can we use in-country structures and systems like companies? Because a lot of companies now, because of the global action on climate change and the need to act on biodiversity laws, companies want to have outcomes in terms of corporate social responsibility in those areas. So we are engaging them actively to tap into those opportunities. And most of the time, they don't necessarily give us the funding, but the fact that they're able to pick some environmental related interventions as part of their CSR helps to solve some of the key funding challenges we need to draw to support other activities. So for us, we are happy that there's still funding going to biodiversity and conservation as well as climate change. And I think fortunately also on our part, there's a global, I would say, traction on more funding for climate, more funding for biodiversity and also environmental pollution. So it all depends on how funding, and that will allow us to be able to get more. But aside that, our funding did not change significantly pre-COVID, even during the period of COVID, for us to even assess more. Yeah.
So the situation is not really bleak. No, that's fine. It
Yeah.
comes to
Yeah.
units.
Yeah.
And you've talked a little bit about the strategies. That was going to be my next question. So maybe I might skip. Unless maybe you have extra to tell us. But it brings a lot of hope looking at the global agenda, especially the issue about environment. So Mr. Editor, I'll come to you, but I want Eunice to take this question for us.
Okay. So FES for the Stiftung gets its funding from the German government. So pre-COVID, same, during COVID, we haven't really had a reduction in funds. And also because of the COVID and the containment measures, so because of the COVID. Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you.
Please, you can go on.
All right, thank you. So I was saying that probably if somebody couldn't hear me, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung gets its funding from the German government. And pre-COVID, during COVID, we've not really seen any incidents in the reduction of the funds that comes to us. And for us, one advantage is the fact that because of the COVID containment measures, most countries wouldn't have open conferences and workshops like we mostly do. So if they don't have it, they seem to push it to countries that are doing those interventions. So that's, we didn't really have any problems because some countries wouldn't use their monies, and if you need more, you could get it. Maybe post-COVID, everybody uses the money, and maybe that's where the problem comes. So,
wow. My thinking was a little different, but I'm getting a lot of insight. I hope you're also getting a lot of insight into the funding, global development funding situation. It's not as we are thinking. So, Mr. Editor, so FAO is big, huge. How are you handling it? Funding?
Yes, thank you. Please, can you hear me?
We are listening.
Nice, thank you. Funding FAO, there are a number of funding avenues for international organizations such as a UN body like FAO.
If you can speak up a little.
My volume is very high. I don't know if you can check from the side as well. Right, so for funding, I would say for FAO funding is a challenge. But what I would say rather is that It's about we taking advantage of the different funding opportunities that we have at our disposal to be able to be a greater partner for government in pursuing government agenda and solving the issues of hunger, poverty, and nutrition. And as an international organization, we also have some leeways or some accreditations that gives us the opportunity to leverage bigger funding. For example, from the Green Climate Fund and from the Global Environment Facility and other funding opportunities that are there that FAO as a UN body is advantageously placed to work with government and other partners to be able to leverage those funds. So we also, like the other panel members have mentioned, have our traditional sources of funding that comes to us every 2 years that we need to develop projects together with our partners, mainly the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and other ministries, and also NGOs and the private sector to help prosecute government agenda in especially areas of agriculture and food security. So on the scale or on the angle of funding, that is how I'll put it. It's an issue, but again, we are well placed to step up our efforts to get more of the funding, to work with government to address the issues. Thank you.
So let me pick it from there again. Thank you very much. So I know that with the SDGs, I mean, you don't have to think far to know that you are, I think, about at 2. That's your main, and I know there are other ones that are involved, but 2 and 1. And
yeah.
Can I say that, or can I ask that the world or globally, the UN or the other international organizations, governmental bodies have their eyes on the SDGs to achieve zero hunger and all that? Do you think their eyes are firmly on that goal, or these happenings have made them take their eyes off, having funding in mind?
Yeah, thank you very much. For FAO, SDG 2, which is about no hunger, and SDG 1, no poverty, those are our core focus areas. So our eyes are really fixed on goals. But that is not to say that the other goals are within our focus. The issue is all these goals are interlinked. You see, we may be talking about SDG 2, SDG 1, but if you lose focus of SDG 17, which is about partnership, you will realize that you are really not maybe making the gain and the impact you wish to have by bringing other stakeholders on board. So I would say our eyes are on the SDG 2, but of course we are also working in the areas of the other SDGs. SDG 13 is there, which is climate action and life above land, which is on issues to do with forestry and those other things, and life below land, which is about water and all those are our core areas. As you know, FAO's work is in the area of agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. So we are really working with government to achieve those SDGs.
Great.
That is not to say that it is only FAO that is working in this area of agriculture. There are different and diverse development partners who are really stepping up their games in this domain of agriculture and food security. And just to mention that when the issue of COVID-19 and the rising climate crisis have really caused so many actors to come into the domain of agriculture and food security for simple reason that it is a fundamental thing that keeps all of us alive, maybe before any other thing. And so you see several development partners and other actors acting in this area, which is a good thing, and we all need to collaborate and work with government to mobilize the needed resources to get our issues of hunger, malnutrition, and food insecurity to reduce. And of course, just to mention that our projection is that there will be about there is actually now about 3.6 million people who are risked to be food insecure in Ghana this year due to COVID-19 complications. And there are some staggering revelations of some top 10 districts, for which some of them have food insecurity situation of as high as 78% of households in those districts being food insecure. And these are issues that we really have to come to the aid.
So, sir, from what I'm getting, for cutting you, but from what I'm getting from what you're saying, it looks like, fine, COVID has affected your activities, but probably for funding, it's still good, and people are prepared to fund. So it's the COVID that has affected the activities, but not really the funding of the activities. Can we conclude that as far as the organization is concerned?
To be a bit controversial, I think COVID is not good, but it has opened some windows of opportunity for funding which were not previously there. So funding is, for me, is some way you may, on one hand, you want to say it opens some doors for new windows of funding. Well, on the other hand, it has really made in terms of other issues. It came in. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I was going to conclude that if probably Professor Amwa was running a regression, probably the effect of COVID wouldn't be significant, but I can't conclude that. Okay, I think you to Mr. Okay, to Darren. I think the four of you, fine, we've noted that there may be challenges, fine, but whether there's a challenge or is an opportunity, it still calls for some strategies to get the funding. So I'd like to, you've talked a little about the strategy, so I want you to make it very brief. It looks like Eunice's own, like the money is coming, you don't have to do. Just organize more programs and your money will come. So that's how it looks. And it looks like actually they are doing their best, but they need to do more. So let's look at the strategies, even in the difficult situation or, where opportunities are.
Yes, so let me say that I said that the funding has not, dwindled. It's still coming in. But as an organization, we also need to be proactive. We need to identify the opportunities out there.
I'm asking, what are you doing?
Yes. So as I indicated, we have actually had to get what I would say, boost our personnel who are actively fundraising for the organization. Because unlike Eunice's organization, we don't get any dedicated funding from anywhere. If you don't write for grants, you don't get it. So we have had to boost our team to bring in more funding. And I think that has really been very, very helpful for us. We are now able to get to more grant opportunities, write to them, and get funding as a result of that. And then the other thing is also that we are looking at how we are tapping into existing market systems. For example, we work around Molo National Park. We are looking at conserving the biodiversity in the park. Communities surrounding the park need the resources in the park to develop. In that sense, how do we make sure that the communities can still have their livelihood and not destroy the animals and poaching incidents and all of that? So we know there's a market demand for certain commodities within the landscape. And because of the demand for the commodities, we model business conservation activities around those business opportunities. So we don't necessarily have to fund it. The private sector come into the landscape and they see that, okay, if they support this particular commodity in a much more sustainable pathway, the people get to benefit in incomes, and also they also protect the wildlife in that respect. So these are ways by which we are able to drive funding from private sector into the landscape. And it's a model we are using in Mole National Park, in the Lake Busumchi area, Atiwa area, and even in the Muni Pomaze and the Keita Lagoon areas that we are working. Because we think that the financial system, the private sector, their demand for commodities, the supply chain and all of that, is also pumping a lot of funding into landscape. So we tap into those model conservation activities around that, and we get it done. That is different from the direct engagement of private sector to tap into their corporate social responsibility fund. We have seen Guinness Ghana, for example, invest in a lot of watershed protection activities. They have undertaken restoration activities around certain key water basins that we are interested in. We've seen other companies, Pernod Ricard, Blue Skies, and others also investing directly because of opportunities we have laid out for them in terms of conservation. Another organization is looking at turtle conservation. So these are ways by which we are raising, aside we having a dedicated, I would say, proactive fundraising strategy as an organization. So we always need to be very proactive in that sense. Yeah.
Excellent. Eunice, what's going on? What are your strategies?
As in maintaining the finances that we have, or
And
the funding,
getting more.
and getting more. Okay, so for us, it's all about financial prudence. So you spend on things that are relevant, things that will bring the needed and expected results, than just to spend because there's money to spend. So in as much as there's money to spend, there should be that prudence. You should be able to justify why the money should be used. Because as I was saying, I said, I don't know what will happen post-COVID. Because when we had the COVID containment measures, others were not using their funds, and it's channeled to other countries that can use it. We don't have COVID anymore, and then if everybody is doing what is supposed to do and using the money as they're supposed to use, then it means that you are likely to have some gap in terms of the funding. So there should be that prudence in what you use the money for. And the partnerships that we build, probably unlike FAO, I don't know how ActionAid operates.
We'll get there.
Okay, so the partnerships you build, part of the prudence, the partner should be able to support one or two activities so that you don't have to spend on everything. The partner should also contribute. So that's that 50-50 or win-win situation. Yeah, so that's what I would want to say.
It looks like the 17 is the last, but even if you want to succeed, I think you should start looking at the 17 first. I'm talking about the goals, the issue about partnerships. So, Madam Dorcas, how are you doing it?
I think with ActionAid Ghana, we are much more reflective, especially prior to COVID and after COVID. Reflective in the sense that when you look at the key areas, operational regions that we work in, during COVID, there were a lot of emergency issues that were being presented to us. And here is a situation where we need to reflect on, okay, what have we stated in our CSP 6, and also just opposing it to emergency needs. So usually what we do is reflect back with the donors and see resources that we can, how to repurpose some of the funds given to us to address emergency needs. And at the same time, I think my other sister mentioned that partnership is very, very key. Partnership and collaboration with government institutions, with the grassroots organizations, to see how we use the limited resources to reach out to have greater impact. For instance, there are issues of duplication of efforts. For instance, we could be doing something around climate change or climate justice, And you realize that if we bring resources together, we'll be able to reach out to more youth and more women to, as simply as even deconstruct the concept of climate change. So rather than going to different places and seeing the same thing all over. So it had to do with a lot of reflection, a lot of course, co-development of proposals with other groups to see how we can, deliver on our CSP.
I think they are doing very well. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. They are doing very well. So I'll ask probably my last two questions, then if the audience, they have something to ask, maybe about 3 questions, then we end the session. So I want to find out that how do you see the future of funding post-COVID of the Sustainable Development Goals? I've been thinking up to 2030, what name is coming up? But we have about 8 years more to go, or 7 years more to go. How do you see it? And we believe that after some few years, this whole COVID thing will be over. How is it going to be like, and how should you position yourself if you still want to be active in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals? Maybe Daryl will take it for us, then I come to Dorcas.
Okay, that's a question that I can't be so certain about. Yeah. Because coming from an organization that works on the natural environment, you know that when you talk about climate change, there's been talk about global financing for actions for mitigation and adaptation. Pledges are made, promises are made, but the monies don't flow as is expected. We saw incidences where after COVID, before COVID, and even during COVID, people were talking about we should divest from fossil fuels and all of that. We should pay more attention to biodiversity and all of that. But right after COVID, all the big companies, the G7, they invested more in fossil fuels again than anything else.
Russia and Ukraine.
Exactly. And then there was a fund, $100 billion that was supposed to go for adaptation. It came out in COP26 and all of that before, but that funding didn't flow. So the question is that as we speak, we are still not certain if that money is going to flow. There is issues of loss and damage related to climate, but where is the funding coming from? There's been talk about setting up insurance mechanisms. We are not certain when those mechanisms are actually going to take off. When it comes to biodiversity, there's still a discussion. People have been saying that let's not decouple biodiversity action from climate action. They go together. But so far, the discussion has paid a lot of attention on climate change, funding there. We are now looking to go to COP15 in Canada to look at opportunities for financing actions on biodiversity conservation and its other associated forms, both marine and terrestrial. So I can't be very certain whether the situation is going to improve or not. I can only, however, say that there is hope because people have committed, people seem to have promises, pledges. Maybe as we go on, and we see more diseases coming as a result of our interaction with biodiversity. In Ghana, we had the Marburg virus on bats. Immediately we saw a fund come up on how to deal with related matters in terms of disease and biodiversity. The global, I would say, big players are talking about One Health, which is looking at biodiversity, political economy, and people's well-being. That is also likely to see finances flow into the sector to ensure that our interaction with the natural environment does not in a way help or affect our ability to stay well and also healthy. So it's very uncertain. Until finance really flow, the promises I can say are too much for now, but the funds need to flow. Now it is not. And what we can do to also strategize, as I indicated, is that we need to be very aggressive in terms of our own institutional capacity, because if you're not innovative in developing programs and projects, you can't tap into those. And then the partnerships are also key. We are partnering with a lot of institutions. And I think that when we go for conferences like the COP, both for climate and also for biodiversity, those are also avenues to connect with other entities for funding and all of that. So I think it's still very dicey. Until the funding flow, I would say it's still very uncertain.
Great. So before you, after Eunice, Dorcas, I want you to think about this question now. What about local financing? Have you thought about it? And probably, Daryl, look, going forward, should we think about it? I know that it's huge. The funding coming from foreign sources are huge. But if we can do that, what's the way forward? Because it's our own, though the goals have been set by UN and all that, at the end of the day, it's the people of Ghana who are benefiting from it. And when you go to the developed countries, it's their companies that are funding it. They are not looking at anywhere. So let's think about it, maybe.
So I'm still thinking
the
about
future.
the question. So
the future, not about, that question is not for you.
Why?
Because I think about 100% is coming from international, of your funding. So
yes, okay. But I still think
you still want to touch on that. That's fine.
I think I can still comment because we have partners who are local partners, and even with us, we get the funding from German government. Yes, we pray for more economic growth for Germany, so that the funds will still flow.
You see?
Yeah, if something happens, I mean, all of us will be affected. But I would just want to comment on what he said, or probably affirm what he said. So it's about the vision of organizations that provide funding. So they are not just providing the funding for Africa because Africa must survive. They are providing the funding because of solidarity. They are providing it because of networking, I would say. They are providing it because of other implicit purposes that we may not know. So I don't think the funding will cut.
Good news.
But then it will be dependent on what you do. So in summary, I would say you move ahead of time. So why is the world moving? What is the interest of the world? You sort of be dynamic, so you strategize. If you are not doing things that will be fused into the future, you try to change how you operate and the things that you have to do, so that you can. So when it gets there, you move ahead of time. When the time is due for certain funding, you'll be one of the first institutions to be considered or partnered with to do something. So it's about being smart and knowing where the world is going and moving ahead of time. And with that, I'm sure you would never ever lack funding.
Great. So, Madam Dorcas, opportunities for local funding?
Yes, I think my sister again re-echoed exactly what I was saying, but I'll start more with internally as an organization. For instance, with ActionAid Ghana, what we've currently just done is look again at we're about to develop our CSP, our next CSP. And then we are focusing more on reviewing what our focus was in the CSP 6 and seeing whether we still want to work on these same issues, or can we take them or reduce them. And then once that is done, then you realize inwardly here within Ghana, you see that we, for instance, are really championing a campaign on progressive taxation. And this is more about how it's quite obvious. The rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer. So now with our taxes, can the government, what can we do with the government to ensure that there's even some kind of exemption with specific persons here in Ghana? Are the poor, can we exempt the poor in certain aspects? And how can we use those resources strategically to address issues of the SDG? Can we do that? So I think this is a campaign that we want to really kick off to see how it will help in addressing some of the SDG goals. And as he said, the future is still bleak. And you have to be very, very strategic on how you're responding and what it is that you want to focus on. For instance, I work specifically with the Youth and Training Division of ActionAid Ghana. So with the youth division, for instance, we belong to a global network known as Global Platform Ghana. Global Platform Ghana, you find them in almost 22 countries. And our core focus right now is climate change. And there are some resources that have been put specifically to address these. And if we're carrying out an action, we do it in collaboration with all the networks that we belong to. So it buttresses the point that you also mentioned, global networks. We also work with Africans Rising and so many different global movements and groups. And I think this has also helped very, very much in terms of you even being a bit secured to ensure that you are in line with what is happening around us. And we should always remember that our work is also guided by what happens around us. So you should always be ready to reflect and move and adjust yourself. So I think it's pretty much a summary of what you also said. And yeah, so I think those are the key points for me.
Great. Mr. Editor, someone said when you are doing agriculture, it's good because there will always be food. People will always eat. Are you thinking, or does it cross your mind there will be some instability or unforeseen negative issues when it comes to funding for FAO or issues about food in future as far as the SDGs are concerned? In short, the future of funding to achieve your goals in FAO. You can talk, we are listening. Unmute, please.
I have unmuted. Is it okay now?
Yes, we can hear you.
So the crisis we foresee in terms of funding as such, but the concern that we may run into some food insecurity crisis. Basically due to the triple effect of climate crisis, the Russia-Ukraine war impact on our fertilizer sources, and also the COVID-19 ramifications. However, on the side of funding, the assessment or the opinion generally within the organization does not tell a picture of any funding crisis pending. However, what it means is that we just have to work harder to leverage the different funding opportunities that are there for us to take advantage of to work on these issues as fast as possible. Some of them are issues that we really have to contend with, especially when it comes to climate, our rainfall, variabilities, and all those issues. There's just a little that it can do when it comes to issues of nature and climate. So, in fact, if we invest heavily in irrigation now, it will take some time to even complete those projects and be able to mitigate the impact or the pending food insecurity crisis in the short term. Now, so for funding, for us, I would say there's a certain level of predictability in terms of some amount of money that is allocated to the organization for every 2 years or every year. Aside that, as I've mentioned earlier, we can also leverage other funding opportunities that we are accredited to. Now, I want to shift a bit from focusing on ourselves as FAO or UN to a question that we pose about local financing. Now, Ghana has really done a great stuff when it comes to mainstreaming our SDGs into our medium-term development plans. which are within the domain of our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. What this means in terms of funding is that we need to make our district or district assembly common funds to work and to be available to the district timely. In fact, personally, and this is not my organization position, I wonder why civil society or some legal people have not taken up the issue of delay in DACF to our district, because the impact of such delays is really, really devastating. Stating that if we need our SDGs to be implemented and they are integrated into the medium-term development plans of the district, and the funds are not made available to them on time to implement those actions, it's like we are shooting ourselves in the foot. We have a nice decentralization structure which should work, and we have again made some dedicated funding through the DACF to them. And so ordinarily, if DACF works, we anticipate or we expect a certain minimum appreciable level of delivery for all districts. And it is from these different districts, at sub-national level actions that will sum up for us to have certain level of steady, even if it is slow, but steady progress across the country. And so we have a systemic way of funding our SDGs, particularly through the DACF. Let me be a little bit thought-provoking on this angle as well. Almost all communities have what they call development levies, even though that has been under some threat in many communities and villages now. But if we can strengthen our assembly members, a position which is ideally supposed to be non-political, we can strengthen our assembly members to work with communities to take some critical look at issues of community financing from the level of the community. I think we can begin solving some small issues, even if it has to do with sanitation or water or small issues. And any community that has that work to position itself to be able to raise some development finance at our level will be in a better position to leverage or draw development investment from other development partners into their communities. And so from all those bits and pieces or small areas, we can all work to raise funding.
Excellent, sir. Very grateful. So we want to take some contributions or some questions from our audience. If you have a question or a contribution, we'll be glad to take it or listen to you. Please, we need a microphone, an extra microphone. Nene wants to comment.
Yeah, so thank you very much. My name is Nene Osuagbo from Osudoku area. There is this adage which goes like this: a battle of lions led by a sheep will always be defeated by a battle led by the lion. I think that the greatest challenge facing Ghana, Africa, has to do with leadership. Of all what we are talking about, SDGs and whatnot, if we don't have the right leadership to move the agenda, we should forget it. And when I'm talking about leadership, I'm talking about leadership in the real sense of the word leadership. When we started this conference, Sorry I came late. But the mindset of all of us here is focused on somebody bringing resources and finance something. Africa, Ghana, what is it that we lack? Look at Ghana, the landscape of Ghana. I don't think we lack anything. The speakers, from time to time, raise the issue of Russia-Ukraine war. I'm sorry. If the people are engaged in the physical combat, are living normal life, they are able to feed themselves 3 times or more in a day without complaint. Then we here in Ghana, every sentence of the challenges that we have because of some going on in Russia and Ukraine. Is Ghana created for Russia and Ukraine so that without Russia or Ukraine, there should be no Ghana? No. I think that we have to look at the issue more holistically and seriously than we are looking at it now. What is our agenda as a nation when it comes to development? Are we looking at the issue of knowledge, or we are looking at the issue of religion? In Ghana today, it looks like we are too concerned about religious issues more than the issues of knowledge. And it's a critical area that we have to look at. So for me, I think that leadership financing should be one of the critical issues that we should be looking at. Because without good leadership, the finances can come, all right, but it will not end anywhere. The very reason COVID came is the very reason that we are sitting here. And COVID has come to teach us a lesson. And we have to learn from the lesson. Ghana was locked down for a few weeks, and as if that was the end of Ghana. So self-reliance, our mentality, our thinking faculty should be that we should look from within and look at what we can achieve with 19. Strategy is a very important thing. And just 1 second. A university like this, for me, we should be thinking about setting up satellite campuses, because the huge money definitely will not come. So if we have the satellite campuses, then it will reduce the costs of investment in expanding the university. So these are some of the areas that strategically, maybe after this meeting, we can be thinking about it, so that if we have some ideas, we can be bringing.
Thank you very much, Nene. This is thought-provoking. I think we can do it better for him. That's very good. Thank you very much. I see 2 more. Oh, 3. Okay. So, you give it to the lady.
Conditionalities. And a lot of these conditionalities are not for my benefit, not for yours, right? So at the end of the day, what they ask us to do in the long term doesn't benefit us. Let me give you a classic example. Right now, we are using our yam farms and cocoyam farms and whatnot to grow cashew as a people. It's a mindset. Let's grow cashew. Everybody's growing cashew in BA and going to the north. We can't do Banku with cashew. We don't determine the price of cashew. But just this last month, we were still buying, and we're still buying 2 fingers of plantain in Accra for 10 cedis. Plantain. Now, don't talk about cocoyam, it's gone. What happened? As a people, as a nation, we bought into an ideology that without their weedy sides, without all these extraneous inputs, we cannot grow food. And so, a lot of our local foods are disappearing, and it was very intentional because there are 2 companies in the world that want to control what I eat, what you eat. And that's how come what is happening in Ukraine is affecting us. We have more arable land than any other country. Why are we not growing enough to feed ourselves? That's all because we have a worldview and a mindset. That is not about feeding me, making sure that my children are eating well. How far is my food traveling to my table? We don't think about that. But if we all begin individually, before we even go to policy, to say that I'm going to try to eat as local as I can, and what little thing that I can plant. In fact, as I was reading around this, I just came to realize that Cuba, Havana, is a net exporter of food. The capital of Cuba is a net exporter of food because everybody has a garden. And people grow more than they can eat at home. From somewhere else. And the sad thing is that is coming from here to them. The ones who are determining how they buy our cocoa, how much they pay for my cashew, and then they'll give me part of that money as a grant, as a loan. If I stop selling cocoa, can we chew gold? And yet we are destroying all our water bodies, our land resources to get small amounts of gold. That, in fact, that person who is mining cannot spend for 4 years. Meanwhile, your grandmother's cocoa was there, great-great-grandmother, and every year you were getting enough to send your children to school. You destroyed that cocoa land for 2 years' worth of gold. Son. Thank you.
That's thought-provoking. That's thought-provoking.
I want to make one statement.
One.
No slave queen is independent. And if you are a country depending on other countries, then you are a slave country. Thank you.
I think probably Eunice understands it better. I'm not saying she is, but I think she really understands what she's saying. Probably than I do.
Okay. I had a lot of collaboration. My name is Enoch Achampon from Accra School of Hygiene. In terms of financing, the resource persons all mentioned partnership, collaborations with international bodies. Now my question is, what happens to the inter-NGO partnership locally? Because I may be wrong, but I have been told by a colleague that sometimes there's financial spillover where the budgets or monies that NGOs solicit for are not exhausted in the time span. So I'm thinking, are there challenges that our NGOs cannot also come together, especially those that share similar visions and missions, to also see how best the spillovers could be used to advance their respective objectives? Because so many times I realize that NGOs are doing very well, but they are working independent of each other. So small success shot in the next 2 years, and then less than 6 months, all the successes are eroded. Then again, my question is, another question has to do with continuity. In my youthful days in UCC, Arusha used to come around to speak to us, Jackie, Teresa, so I happened to intern with them. And there was a student body of Arusha on campus. And it shaped our thinking for us to also understand how important it is to protect our environment and believe in the environment. My question is, are we still on that course to train the next generation to also understand, buy into our ideas? It is also the monies we get and we spill over. so that it doesn't cut off. We understand it right from scratch and then pick it up. Thank you.
Great. I think we'll take the last one, the last two, and that's it. So the gentleman and after the...
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Salisu Sotre. From the first presenter, you realize that Africa and then Ghana, we are not doing well in terms of the SDG goals, upon all the effort of the NGOs to help us come out of poverty. My question to them is that, has it come to their attention to redirect their whatever they are doing to help us come out of poverty by training our people towards the natural resources and the things that we have as Ghana and Africa? Thank you.
Great. So the last one, then we just have some few minutes to finish.
Thank you very much. My name is Amu Diodu from Water River Authority. I want to add to what my father said. My father is the chief in front. I think Africa, and for that matter Ghana, the begging has become too much. Just last year, COP 26 in Glasgow, when the big leaders were giving the account of what they were doing, I think China said they want to reduce their greenhouse emission by 2050, Germany, everybody. When they go to the 10 of African leaders, what they said was, you promised us $100 billion, why is it? And I was asking myself, what? We are going to beg here too. Everywhere we are begging, as if you don't have brains on our own. Where are our leaders? So our grandfather said something. He said, anytime we are led, even if you are a lion, you are led by a sheep, you become useless. And that is what we have to be thinking. I think as an institution, as a university, maybe you have to invite, or you have to include leadership in every course. No matter the program you are doing, you must do leadership as a program, so that when we grow, because we like leadership in the whole of Africa, not only in Ghana. So it's becoming a big challenge for all of us. For example, when it comes to energy, electrical energy, China will tell you that, oh, carbon pricing, I want to buy your carbon so that I'll come and build solar power plant for you. And they are producing a lot of dependable energy using fossil fuel. And they are telling you that don't do that because you have destroyed the environment. Ghana, you've not destroyed any environment. You don't have anything here. You see the point? So we have to stand as people and think and reason for ourselves and put ourselves together. If not, there is no way for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take our final comment from our guest, our panelist. The final comments, make it brief. You can chip in some of the answers. I think some of them have been answered already. So I'll take it from, we'll begin from where we started. Let's make it brief, yeah.
Yeah, so the whole discussion has been the financing gap and the role of the NGOs, right? Okay. So for me, I see that the future is good. But it depends on how strategic you are and how you are moving ahead of the world, as in ahead of the time. And then you will not lack any funding. And somebody mentioned the collaborations. I think it's you. Already, she had mentioned the collaborations. So on our part, what we try to do is, for instance, if we have UESD as a partner and we have another partner who are doing almost the same thing, sometimes we try to bring them together to have it done. So we try to do the collaborations. So I mentioned the partnership, I mentioned the prudence. So it's part of the ways that you ensure that you are prudent with what you do. And then, sorry, I don't know your name, but yeah, but I think you were spot on with what she said. But I'm working from this space. What we try to do is that we don't impose, we try to take the feedback from our partners. We work together. So sometimes you should know your worth. You should let your voice stand out. And then the whoever is doing the funding would work with you. You should get to a point where if the funding is being imposed, for you to do something that you think will not go right for you, you should be able to reject it. But most often than not, people are taking the monies because they think they don't have, and they end up doing things that they would not want to do. So we should get to a point where we know exactly what will help us and reject what will not help us. So that's what I would say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
From here, I would like Mr. Editor to talk, then Dorcas will give us the last word.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm also going to conclude on the need for us to build local resilience. I like very much what the Reverend said. It looks like we are controlled by a foreign demand market. Our food, our clothing, everything. So we virtually depend on them. We destroy our own environment, and then we go depending on them for funds. And so building local resilience is key for organizations, for the work we do, even in the communities we have interventions. We should look at what is in the landscape and see how we can add value to it locally and build resilience at that level. But I also recognize that because we live in a global environment, there are certain things that we don't necessarily start by ourselves. Climate change, for example, it was not started in Ghana. It's the wind blows all over the world. And that's why there's something called common challenge but differentiated responsibilities. And that is where we should recognize it to blend partnerships and blend finance to make things work for us. And it's all about we taking leadership in our own visioning of what you want to do. If you let someone decide for you what you should be, then obviously you don't have any identity, so they determine for you, that create a dependence. So I will end on that. We need to emphasize the local resilience, and maybe let me conclude by saying we should start by eating what we grow.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. Editor,
be part of this session today. And just to indicate that achievement of the SDGs, I believe, are within our remit, our control. And many of the things that will work out the magic in terms of financing is blending our international funding with the local or existing financing mechanisms that we have nationally. And here again, I'm making reference to the District Assembly Common Fund, and for the fact that our SDGs have been integrated into their medium-term development plans, and if they have any form of predictability in their financing, we can solve some of the SDG issues, or many of them, at the local level. On this score, the name of the game also is partnership. And partnership has been happening, we need to just perfect it. And again, pardon me to just add this one, that at the district assembly levels, we need to strengthen partnership between the different departments. You will realize that the Department for Community and Social Welfare Development, Community Development and Social Welfare, Department of Agriculture, Education, and these different directorates do not really have the best of collaboration, and that is undermining many of the projects that are sent to the district level. The result and the impact, how to sustain it, becomes a challenge if they are handled in the different silos of the department. So that can be worked on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think from the possibility of us to address the SDG goals greatly depends, I think we've all mentioned it, really depends on well we are positioning ourselves to respond to emerging challenges, and also talking about partnership. You see, sometimes we establish partnerships or collaboration efforts, but we don't put in place structures or systems that make us very, very transparent with each other, and as a result causes a lot of trust issues. So I think the first speaker, someone spoke a bit about this, and it's very, very critical for us to ensure that we look at one of the reasons why people or organizations do not really so much honor partnership or collaborations, although most of us are doing that, but the success of it depends on how open or accountable we are to each other and also to the recipients or beneficiaries of the project. Secondly, one of the questions asked about spillovers. How do we use spillovers from project budgets and stuff like that? I would say that if we are very good at convincing donors on where the spillovers should go, especially if it's in line with addressing the SDG goals, then yes, most of the time they do listen to where you think it's more appropriate to send in some resources. That is the only comment I wanted to make about that. But again, I feel that we should still look inwardly. The question I think we should ask inwardly more is, how are the taxes that we do pay every time or every day or every month, are they being used for the purposes it is intended for? Are we monitoring? Are we asking the relevant questions? Are we showcasing things that will really elevate the fact that the government is also responding to SDG goals? As someone is also talking about the medium-term development goals, are we really addressing them? And I think it's really an opportunity for us to start asking questions. If we don't ask questions, then we don't see how we are also indirectly or directly could be addressing the SDG goals that we have put ourselves out there to fulfill. I think basically those are the points that I noted from my end. But I still feel that we can do very much together as locally. Let me put it that way. Locally, we can do very much by ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we can clap for them. We can clap for them. They've done so well. Mr. Matthias, editor of the FAO, Madam Eunice Siedu, Frederick Ebert Foundation, and Dokas Yobo from ActionAid, and Mr. Darrell Bosu from Arocha, Ghana. We are very grateful to you for what you've shared with us. And it takes my mind to two things. My PhD program was sponsored by the German government. I didn't do it in Germany. I did it here in Ghana. And we went to Berlin, and as part of the tour in Germany, and we went to the office of the Minister for, I think, International Development or so. And we met her. And she took us to a particular conference room, and she told us that this is where, when your leaders come to Ghana, to Germany, this is where we sit down and take decisions and all that. She said something amazing. She said that when you look at Rwanda, they come for the same money from us, but you see that their demands are very different. What they demand and what they use the money for is different. She told us and said, when you compare it to Ghana, it's totally different. Rwanda was doing so well. They've depended on aid, if you read the history of Rwanda, and they've done so well. Fine, they are changing their thinking. And I watched another video. A lady who had worked in the World Bank said that the boss, anytime they are coming to Ghana, he's so relaxed. To Africa. He's so relaxed, and she will ask him why. He says that I don't need to think too much. In Africa, anything you give to them, they just take it. But when he's going to Asia to negotiate loans, he says that these people are too difficult. Everything they will say, cancel it, do this, do that. So by the time you come from the trip, you are so tired. So it comes back to what we are talking about, partnerships. We can never do away with partnerships, but as Nene said, if you are you are an army of lions and you are being led by sheep. It's you may lose your war. And Dr. Oseimenu said that if you're a slave queen, you'll never be independent. So thank you very much, audience, for the section. We are grateful. Thank you very much. I think we can clap for our panelists once again.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Dr. Tufo, for moderating the session. I think we've all learned a lot and how to rethink the way we do things to better our position as Africa. At this point, I'm going to break protocol in a bit. Normally, after our keynote speakers have spoken, we don't ask questions. But I'm going to give 10 minutes for questions from the 2 presentations we had earlier. So if you have any question you wanted to ask then, please, the floor is open to do so. We have 10 minutes to do that. Prof. Amma is available, and Dr. Frank Bediosa is also available to take your questions. So please, if you have any question from this morning's presentation, kindly step forward to present your question. Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I had a small intervention on Professor Amwa's presentation. I totally agree with everything that he said, but in the conclusion, if I remember well, it felt as though if the percentage for the e-levy or the yes was reduced, it is likely that more people will patronize it. I tend to have a slightly different opinion, especially on this particular one. The way it was managed right from the beginning drew a certain sense of antagonism from the masses of the people, such that the idea that if you like someone, you like his dog as well, and the vice versa is now operating. Some people have decided that they are not convinced that governments, in fact, I'm not referring to only this government, but over the years, it looks as if our leadership hasn't demonstrated the kind of leadership that we are looking for. There's a huge dichotomy between some category of people in government and others who are not in government. For instance, I have a feeling that one of the reasons why a certain kind of remuneration structure was made for some group of people was that they occupy certain important positions, so their accommodation and so many other allowances need to be catered for so that they don't think too much about other things. But we give all these things, and in addition to that, it's as if we are spoon-feeding them and we are not getting any good feedback from them. So Ghanaians appear to have got to their wits' end, and it appears as though it is very important that we look at internally generated funds, the way we have managed things so far and the way the system is going, there's too much big gap between the haves and the have-not. And if we don't address that situation, nothing will really change our circumstances. Thank you very much.
Okay, I struggled to take more than one question, so let me just respond to yours quickly. Let me say it this way, or let me put it this way. There is something that the government did that changed your behavior. There is something that the government can do to change your behavior again. Assuming that the 38 million realized in May, they told you that that is what they've used to reconstruct the Somenya-Accra road, and you've seen it. Won't that be convincing enough to change your behavior? That is why in my conclusion I said that, one, the people must know, and two, they must trust. If they know and they trust, it will influence behavioral change. But if they don't know what you are using the money for, I argue that now, if told us what how much they generated in May, in June, and in July, but they have not yet told us what they have used that money for. But if they can pick the second layer and tell us what they are going to use the money for, or what they've used the money for, then it's going to influence our behavior. To be frank with you, you may think that I'm an advocate of, no, I'm just generalizing it. I'm an advocate of e-levy, but I have not yet paid e-levy, okay? Or maybe I have paid once or twice. Intentionally, I will go to the merchant and do my transfer. Okay, that is why in the estimate, we did not use 100%. We used 54%. Okay, and that is the positives. And we use that for our forecasting, and we realized that it was still positive. Okay, so if the government can demonstrate some level of, or give us a reason to repose our trust back in them, then I think there will be behavioral changes and they will see something different. And moreover, the 0.005 is so small that the impact will not be as severe as what you're experiencing now. Okay? The impact, the magnitude now wouldn't be too big, and you will care less because the cost involved in traveling to the merchant will be more than you sitting at home and paying 0.005. Okay, so a lot of people will get back on board and the government can use that to generate revenue. Two key things, trust and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess we can have this for the question time. We're already behind time. We're about 2 hours late. So we're going to have lunch and then we'll come back. Please, all my registered participants, we have 1 hour for lunch. Just 1 hour for lunch. If we can do it in 30 or 45 minutes, it will be good. Please. All my registered participants will go to the senior member common room down the hall to the last end. Please see Madam Cynthia for your coupons. Please see Madam Cynthia for your coupons. Thank you, and let's be back by 2:45 to continue with the next session. Thank you all very much.